Quick on the draw as always. Hello, NB, how are you? Let me do my social media posts. Hi. Hope you're well. It is Wednesday, as the kids say. Oh, this is some jazzy tunes. It's making me sleepy already. I hope you heard that at least a little bit. At least a little bit. That's all I want. That's all I want today. This is what happens when I don't press the mute button on my microphone when I burp. If you knew, if only you knew how much I'm fucking burping over here, and you don't even know. You don't. You think you know, you don't. Oh, you fall asleep during the streams, you mean? Damn. I thought I was riveting entertainment. Only Josh. Only Josh. And I put on streams to go to bed all the time. What was I saying? Yeah, no, I mean, I had Jerma on last night when he was playing Chrono Trigger. And it's very easy to go to sleep for that because I don't fucking care about Chrono Trigger. I'm sure it's great, but man, you heard a bit of the burp? You heard a bit of the burp? But a bit of the burp? Question mark? I wish I could beatbox. That seems like that's incredible to me that people can beatbox. How in tarnation? You were also watching that? Damn. It was between that and Wade Radio TV, but I don't think a Radio TV Solutions Torture Tuesday stream is gonna be great going to sleep material. There's a lot of yelling, but I am aware that we are against the clock today because Jerma's live tonight again with more Chrono Trigger. So we've got about, let me check the Discord, 4 hours. Okay. And then we'll both go and watch Jerma play Chrono Trigger, I think. That's the plan. Okay, but before we do that, I think it's time for some ads. Enjoy. Shit, I haven't turned on streamer bot. That's not gonna do anything. Okay, we got a couple minutes. Shit. Hold on, I have to dismiss the ad thing. Fuck. I'm after moving locations again. So I have to set the WebSocket up again. This WebSocket has to be reset like every day. How annoying. A yuck. Where did I even get that from? I've been saying that for like years. Alright, let me check if this works. That's not gonna prove anything. Hold on. Sweet roll. Okay, we're good. Oh, it was good. Now we can have 3 minutes of ads. Enjoy. Bye. Fuck off again. Welcome back. You don't leave unless Doug goes live? Yeah, they ended right on schedule there. That's pretty good. Unless my chat is behind. I don't know. We're taking it easy today anyway. I made the executive decision. I don't want to... Oh, hold on. I gotta turn off that thing for Nightbot. I don't want to have a face cam on when I'm playing like a puzzle game, because it's just gonna be a bunch of like me looking constipated, standing like looking, just kind of looking, and we don't need that, and I don't want to do that. There we go. So instead you get the orb. I hope you enjoy the orb. Are we ready to go? I think so. So this is the RootTrees are dead. I heard that this is a good puzzle game. Or mystery game. Sort of golden idol coded. So I wanted to play it. And so that's what we're gonna do. Butler County Times, the RootTrees are dead. What happened? Plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl RootTree, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters, known as the RootTree sisters. Carl RootTree was the president of the RootTree Candy Company, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. They're calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania's history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of year. We don't know much at this time, but our sources tell us that local authorities do not suspect terrorism. The crash did not cause any local property damage, and fortunately nobody outside the plane was hurt. Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that the Butler County Times will cover it to the best of our abilities. Spokesperson for the company has asked that people respect the families. Well, we'll see. I'm very excited to look at some dead billionaires. You were on Doug's stream last night before going to Jerma? Yeah, I popped into Doug's for a bit. I haven't been watching it much recently. I think I'm just kind of soured on anything AI related for a bit. Like, he's usually good for it, because he does unique stuff, but it's just one of those things where there's a lot of things about it that are bumming me out right now, and I don't want to think about it, so I haven't been watching much Doug. That said, I saw he put up a new YouTube video just now, so I'll watch that later. Oh right, this is a computer-like. Oh, that reminds me. I still need to play Hypnospace Outlaw. December 6th, 1998? Oh, I was born at this point.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the RootTree Corporation.
Awesome.
Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl RootTree and his daughters, the RootTree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the RootTrees are dead.
That's awesome. I love that. Oh, I'm a person. I have a scary,
I know it's late, but
scary
I'm
mother.
guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the RootTree company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Genealogy genie. That's pretty fun. You like Hypnospace Outlaw? I haven't played it yet. It is an ongoing It's almost a running joke at this point. I think I've tried to stream Hypnospace Outlaw like 4 times, and each time something's gone wrong and I've given up within like 15 minutes and just ended the stream. But we'll get to it eventually. I'll have to play it before I play Slayer's X Terminal Aftermath, which is like the stupid ass like boomer shooter that's based off one of the characters from Hypnospace Outlaw that I'm dying to play.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
I thought I was like a 12-year-old based on the room. The family tree of the RootTrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order from oldest to youngest. Down the internet, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations. What do I got? I got a list of names. A list of occupations. I thought they were all children. In Zoom. An evidence page. An image of children. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken for the RootTrees sisters' Gotten Milk ad. Tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. I should probably keep an eye out for, like, any sort of discerning traits of these three. I don't... She wears a watch. She has earrings. She's wearing a knitted sweater and has painted nails. Oh, they all do, actually. Purple... Purple, maybe red. Kind of look the same. Not very helpful. This was provided by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Someone Eloise. That's a lot of names. Photo items, text items. Okay. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thank you for purchasing a new... Hold on. I hope this is crunchy enough. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any website on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search history result, be sure to use Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing! And remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Asterisk. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Alright. I need a way to actually hear those things. I have like... Damn, that is lightning fast. Search engine. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Sorry, this text can't be... Try to search result or set. Okay. First few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the RootTree Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl RootTree, who was president of the RootTree Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the RootTree sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. Hi Destiny, I am feeling orbular as hell, AF. A djinn? As in like a genie djinn? I know a thing or two about djinns and genies. I know djinn are more like an evil spirit type thing. Yeah, I remember I have a copy of Arabian Nights around here somewhere. It's very lurid. It's a kind of an uncomfortable read. I like read the first page and I didn't quite. It's a lot. Hold on, one of these is married. Do you see a wedding ring? That could be one. So you must be the married one? Hmm. A lot of obituaries that focus on the RootTree sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial RootTree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. Oh, 1998. Oh my god. I'm glad we have you two as LEGO Ninjago fans have found each other in the chat. I know Kaz has also watched some Ninjago. I have not. It was also like a little past me in terms of I haven't watched Ninjago. I kind of wanted to watch the movie, which is kind of unrelated, but I really like the Lego movie. But Lego Ninjago as like a sort of franchise on the whole was a little bit past my Lego phase, which by the way was big. Lego was my entire personality for like 13 to 14 years of my life. Okay. Oh, information. Reina is the Reina is the oldest. Married to TMS. Riley is a smart one. Rose is a middle child. That's a lot of information. It's the worst of the original Lego movies? Oh, that sucks. I'll watch it at some point. I never watched the Lego Movie 2. I've watched the original Lego Movie and I watched Lego Batman, which I don't like superhero stuff, but Lego Batman is so much fun. I think it's just that Joker Batman dynamic. Can I... is the most famous souls got married to TMS. I can highlight this. You might think they're rich just because they're models. They are models. Highlight. But their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat RootTree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps and try to dress in plaid Root clothes. Clothes like Riley... Oh. Plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. That answers something. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Damn, I'm so good at reading This author continues to talk about her own life and what she wants, what she likes about the Root fashion line. None of it is relevant. All right, that should be enough, to be honest. Saving this note for now. All right, show me. Can I make this smaller or something? I'm not even hitting you with the smooth jab. That's just the game's soundtrack. But to be fair, I like this kind of music. Across an auction for a black-blue dress that's a Brenda White original. Aha! Vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda RootTree and started designing for Root. I am so good at Googling. I was really good at Googling in real life before Google became unusable. Oh, hold on. No. I don't need this information. Where's my notes again? Oh, shoot. I forgot to... Oh, no. No, it's here. I just... Oh, hold on. There it is. I was looking for that specific note. TMS. Which one is it? Damn. Why don't I just Google TMS? Common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. Okay. 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Uh-oh. So is she Raina Sheridan now? I guess she didn't change her name. Well, all three were supposedly models. Right? I'm enjoying this already. I was kind of... like, I saw some really good reviews of this. I think it was particularly, like, Jason Schreier. Thomas Sheridan. Raina RootTree, who's the oldest, and then Rose. Why don't I have her name here? Hold on. Rose RootTree is not as popular as her older sister. It's still well known. Most of the time they're lumped together as their... Fortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different. Almost search for the sisters together. Someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided. Doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Whoa. 3 rolls. I have... Oh, NB, I'm just reading this thing about the 3DS. I don't mind turning my camera on for stuff. The problem is... I don't have my DS. I'm not in the same address as it anymore. Where's the binary gender system? I missed it. Like, camera's fine. We can turn it on if we're doing something fun. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, shit. I say that, but here. Oh. Good evening. You can see I've set up nothing in the way of lighting. I bought, I'm not kidding, I bought 2 good quality key lights. And I've streamed with the camera on like twice since, and now I'm here and I don't have them. They're in a box. Actually, that could be the show and tell. Look. Hi. Check it out. This is an Elgato key light. And here's the pipe for an Elgato key light. If you've ever played Condemned Criminal Origins, you may be familiar with these. I'm not missing my 3DS, it's just not here. I didn't bring it with me. Here's the plug for 2 Elgato key lights. The plug is kind of interesting, actually, because it's like a universal adapter in that you can just kind of... Oh, here it is. The socket thing just comes off, and there's a couple of these that you can switch around, because they're like this by default. I think that's cool. That's an efficient way to do that. Oh, the orb version? I'm gonna be real with you. Me and the moth orb are not talking right now. Because, I don't know if you've ever been in another Irish streamer, Level Up Pixie. They've been playing marbles on stream. And, because of that, I modeled myself as a spinning orb. And then I was in there yesterday night. And my orb... my orb wouldn't win. This is after I downloaded Blender, made myself an orb, and then, like, turned it into a GIF. It's actually one of the sub emotes now. It should be animated. I don't know if it works, though. Does that work? Is that spinning? Oh, it is! I'm happy with that. We can. We have this sort of, what's the word? Osmosis? Here's the base for an Elgato key light. Hold on. Here's the base for... Whoa, Libido, how are you doing? I'm just showing off the base for an Elgato key light there. Mitosis, that's the word. Good evening, I hope you're well. How was life? Everything fun and exciting? Joyous? Whimsical? Check out the pipe. Pretty cool, right? One thing that is... I'm like mostly shitting with you here, this is not interesting. But one thing that is interesting is like both of the key lights came with this huge piece of cardboard which tells you everything about how it works. Like rather than having a manual, it's like a tome. It's like a tablet. I guess it's literally a tablet, right? But this is kind of cool. I kind of want to keep it, even though like it is just a manual. But I think it's neat. Osmosis means water moving through a semi-permeable membrane. Reading stream when? No. Hold on. No. Okay? Don't tempt me with that, because I've considered it before. No. I remember during the pandemic, I was like, what I say, I'm feeling semi-permeable. Well, it depends on what you mean by, like, permeable, because, like, is eating and drinking permeable? Because it is, like, liquids moving through a membrane. Well, it depends, right? Like, like, even a semi-permeable membrane is just a membrane with holes in it. Are we all orbs, Alvina? That's very deep. That's very deep and meaningful of you to say. Alvina, have you heard from Sheep Boy, by the way? Because I realized the Future Games show is on, like, tomorrow night.
Sweet.
Whoa. We all realize this, the world would be a better place. Don't you think that the world would be a better place if it looked like this? Haven't heard from Sheep? No. Tragic. Lurk away, Libido, no worries. You just enjoy yourself and hang out. What was I doing? Oh yeah. This guy's... The jazz is good. It is the game soundtrack, by the way. I didn't even have to do this. I wonder if the game soundtrack is for sale separately.
Sweet roll.
It might be worth picking up. Whoa. Whoa. You're making me hungry. Just kidding, I'm not actually... I had a burrito. Richie, Andy, Carly... Why is the name Rose here? EGJKLM. Riley is here. John Coltrane? I don't know who that is. But good for you. I'm glad you got a presumably cheap. Oh. Something is amiss here. Oh, it's a jazz dude? You're making me hungriest. Jazz plays in the back? What are you implying? This is just a full list of names. Oh my god, Miracle and Miracle Jr.? And Miracle the Third? What the hell is going on there? Okay, I think we need more information on these sisters, because evidently Rose's name is not Rose. Rose is a middle child like me. That's all that she has to say. Okay, let me search just Root. Might have some information. Clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although the website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has to say, "You've spied the RootTrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." I also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently Root has released 2 catalogs per year ever since 1984, and Raina appeared in almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda RootTree, the RootTree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Sai says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly RootTree. There it is. The mystery solved. This is the tutorial, by the way. What's this game about? So, oh Jesus, you can't see chat at all. I might actually do something about that. Shit, what do I actually use for chat? I've forgotten. Oh yeah, it's got like the male female symbols, right? But like that does suck. It's very helpful from a game mechanic perspective because it's really helpful in establishing the rules of the puzzle. Oh no, I get you. It's just one thing that I appreciate about anything that's doing puzzles is just establishing very clearly rules. Like that's something with like some escape rooms and stuff like that, where sometimes they'll just kind of break the rules of the puzzle, and the established stuff that you're able to do changes in ways that are not satisfying, I guess is the word. I don't know. I'm not an expert on puzzles, I guess. Chatbox. Where's my text color? Font color. I'll see. Maybe I can change it to black. Egg? Gee whiz. Say it ain't so. Okay, I've refreshed the chat. Let me... Okay, evidently that's not it. Speaking of eggs, you should watch Angel's Egg? That sounds familiar. What is that? That's... Wait, since when am I using stream elements? Damn. Anime movie. I might have watched it a long time ago. We're making no progress on these puzzles. Oh no, I ain't watched this. I know of it, but I haven't watched this. It kind of looks awesome though. I do want to watch it now that you've brought it up. I thought I stopped using stream elements ages ago. That's crazy. I guess I didn't. Yeah, I'll show you in just a moment. I just want to get chat visible. Is that more visible? Send some messages in chat. You'll let me know. You guys are good for it. In the meantime... window capture... Here we go. Oh, I turned it off at some point because I was doing a special event. I don't want to turn it on right now. I've wasted quite a bit of time already here. I really want to get back to the game, but... This is Angel's Egg. This looks great. Oh shit, this is cool. I don't want to see any more pictures of that. I'll watch it myself. It looks weird and interesting. And that is my vibe. And then Riley here, anyway. And the photos. I'm a cinephile? No fucking way. I am not. I don't. Many portraits available to click on. Oh, I have to click on faces in the evidence tab. I see. Give me the got milk picture. Aha, okay. Now, I have at least one of these. Riley's always wearing plaid. So here she is wearing plaid. And then Reina is married. I think that's her. Let me double check that. Can you make a tasteless joke? Always, dude. Let me see. Yeah, she's got the wedding ring, so she's married. And then the earrings on her. Well, process of elimination. I don't need to. She's Carly. Well done. 0 of 50 blood relatives. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Okay. Also locked the following. I've also locked the following optional entry. Thomas Sheridan. Click the booyah button. Damn, Alvina, you fuck
Sorry
movies.
to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the
Crazy
internet.
pervert.
Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward
We
for
got the
untangling
job.
the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root
Catch?
trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly,
Okay.
you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of
Unique
notable
websites?
mysteries.
Maybe I have Twitch.tv.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off
I
for
see.
now. Carl RootTree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Cool. Oh,
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the RootTrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
interesting. I wonder if we're gonna have like a meta narrative going on here as well. Alvina has become serious. This is heartbreaking. Serious Alvina. When will we get the goofy Alvina back? Ain't fun in games no more. This is true, but also speaking as the person on this end of the broadcast, I'm trying to be a comedian. I need you to laugh at a joke. Hold on. Let me get one. Okay, before I tell you a joke, announcement. Me and Sheep are doing Future Game Show tomorrow night. So I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna watch Future Games Show coming from GDC. It's just another game conference. Me and Sheep like to do games conferences together. it has somehow become a tradition. Oh, here we go, dude. The Reddit art/jokes. Can you still sort by controversial on Reddit? You can't. Hold on. If I go to old.reddit.com, you can still sort by controversial on old Reddit. Let me find the most controversial of the past month. Let's see. What's good here? We have racism, we have sexism, we have American politics. Oh, this one, here we go. Today, the New York Times went out of business. For some reason, I didn't hear it in the news. That shit sucks. Like, why is this one of the most controversial ones in the whole month? It's just not very funny. Jesus. Or the person who hired you returns. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives. Brenda White, Carl RootTree. He's like a candy guy. Is chocolate? You know what? Oh, I'm going to computer. Computer. Carl RootTree. Carl RootTree died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda RootTree and their daughters, sisters. He was the president of the RootTree Candy Company. It was the clothing company Root. Does that count as being a CEO? Oh shoot! I got a list of names. RootTree sisters. Oh, and we got the news report. Oh, this is the story so far thing. Cool. Anybody lives in New York? Couldn't be. Intuition. The sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers on the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to be found. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, the numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing your path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence, maybe missing a huge piece of the puzzle. I see. 11 seems big. RootTree 5 pieces. Strawberry, plum, apple, raspberry, chocolate. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Adding new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Okay. Release that the RootTree Candy Company released. I wanted to say he was president, right? Is president in here? Well, he would have been the last president. That makes sense. need a picture of him. Where am I gonna get one of those? It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the RootTrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in this terrible tragedy. So other people died? The entire RootTree family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. At the head of the company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. I want to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your research. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Oh, you can search periodicals. Hold on. Can I... Oh, I need to get the newspaper. Oh. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on company CEOs and the economy. Business Watch. You guys are gonna see my terrible typing. Carl RootTree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and a summary of the article has been added to your evidence. There he is. Bro, you is Carl. Got him. How do I verify him? He is president, right? Can we get 3 additional plus? Completely correct. Name, occupation, and portrait. They get locked in. So is this wrong? I don't need any of this information anymore. Brenda's not important, unfortunately. Carl RootTree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is a magazine for and about business corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen for his work at RootTree Candy, but rather Carl was chosen not for his work at RootTree Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with the other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim RootTree, a notable singer, a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. Hold on now. Cousin. There's a Jim... Who's having kids here? Split up, split up. We'll have to come back to this, I think. Where was I reading this? Wait, what? Where's periodicals? Oh, here it is. I'm highlighting this for later. 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of RootTree at the time, spearheaded Root. The other blood relatives, who had a say in the company's finances, refused to fund anything other than candy. Sorry, the image just popped in my head of these like Willy Wonka ass people who only care about candy. And they're looking at Carl and they're like, Carl, you motherfucker. We only care about fucking chocolate bars in this family. It's what makes the world go round. We ain't poisoning kids, then we ain't doing it right. You confused on how this works? It's pretty straightforward, I think. Like, I just have to, like, the entire goal of the game is just to build this entire family tree. And that's it. All I have to do is Google them. Hold on. 3 more corrected blood relatives before they'll lock in. Where was I? Oh yeah. Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. For tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted in the way the first ones did. Rena became this catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Kyle was voted Watchman of the Year, primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. And these are the guys that we can find online. RootTree sisters. I think we managed that. Carl RootTree. Maybe it's not looking for him as 5th president. Maybe it's like CEO. I don't know. What do you want to call him? Oh, hold on here. Fine. Elias RootTree. There it is. Let's try that. Oh, we printed it. Bro got printed. Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishments on rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Oh. Okay. Notes from the article and a scan of someone made of the cover have been added to my evidence. Okay. How do I... There we go. Holy shit. I know this song. This is a very prominent like stock music. This is from the fucking Vertical Assembly Building in Kerbal Space Program as well. Damn. I feel like I'd be building a fucking rocket ship right now. Business Watch. Elias RootTree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936. A painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. 1908. Elias forms the RootTree Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. 1909. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to... Hold on. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest, so... 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the daughter. You have a picture of Elias. And... Elias invents 5 pieces in 1922. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per child. Okay. Okay. Sorry, there was a second there where I was trying to Google it like a normal sane person would. But I forgot this is a version of the internet that only has directly pertaining information to the thing that I'm looking up. Marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are an iconic candy sold by the RootTree Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. Although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple remained consistent. So a history print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems all their image links are broken. Sweet History of Candy Volume 2. Damn. Hold on. I have an idea. I feel like I'm back in college. Damn. Nothing. Nothing, okay. 6,000 till funny. Wait, 600 channel points? You can get that today. Is RootTree meant to be a reference to RootTree? That's not... Damn. Maybe. That makes sense. I think you might have just solved the puzzle. Oh, shoot. I got a new link for public library. What was the name? What was his name? Charles Lee. He said Carl. There we go. Yeah, I know RootTree. I think they got bought out. But they had like the randoms, right? I haven't seen them on shelves in a while, now that I think about it. I think they might be gone. Book series about all the things candy in the modern world. Starts in 1925 and continues onward and chronicles the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly say they got pretty much everything wrong. Include some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s. You've solved the real puzzle. I'm here solving the video game puzzle. You've got the meta puzzle solved. It's a miracle. Modern candy for modern society. RootTrees 5... Hold on. I need to put this on a bind. It's a miracle. Modern candy for a modern society. RootTrees 5 pieces. Contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. RootTrees are a proud family business, and our flavors have inspired by our children. G is for grape. E is for elderberry. CE is for cinnamon extract. M is for melon. Introducing M for Miracle Berry. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. That's what they sounded like in 1928. Okay, so there is a miracle. Oh, we got an ad here. I'm just gonna hit that and take a break. Enjoy. case you're ever curious what I do during the ad breaks, I do just go on my phone. Victorious Mount Joy. I don't think any of this is gonna come in. Do I have two phones? Oh, this is the evidence table. Okay. I was looking for. There we go. License invents 5 pieces. 5 pieces are sold in some Pittsburgh markets, rolled out in all of New England. New recipe and flavors are finalized. The candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. The RootTree Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. 1935, with the help of his son, Elias RootTree Jr.'s architecture firm, new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled to the worldwide distribution begins. So what's the next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company legacy, that the RootTree Candy Company remains a family business. Wants to do this with a Clanced Trust. What? Clanced, pronounced Clanced Trust, is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward RootTree, who was Elias's son and the RootTree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of the profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company and a significant amount of money. Lance Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another family member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the RootTrees versus RR in 1994. While looking at the Clans Trust, you find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. You're so tired of stuff? Well, try looking away from that stuff. Look at a big picture of a robot or something. That's usually what cheers me up. So what job is this guy supposed to have? He forms the company, so he's the first president, right? Well, I know that's true. Need 3 more correct blood relatives before they'll lock in. I'm slightly confused. Let me look at. I do not want to look at this legalese bullshit right now. I'll highlight this for later. The 5-piece guarantee is a tantalizing hook for later, but I just don't want to deal with it right now. Fancy Edward RootTree. Who was a lawyer. Don't know which one of these he's gonna be, though. I'm sure this information is easy to find. Miracle Jr. is also noteworthy. feel like I'm missing something with Carl, but maybe I'm not, and it just isn't ready to lock it in. Here we go, computer. Let me look at Carl again. Watchman of the Year. And then we read that article on him. Maybe it is supposed to be the final president. What else? What else in Tarnation? I'll just look up someone new, I think. Elias? I'll look up Gwyneth. Find some information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. The photo was added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth's root tree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm, so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. The success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the RootTree Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to the website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Okay, it says housewife, but is she a farmer? Famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth RootTree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the RootTree Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable RootTrees list in your evidence. It will be marked on the chart with a star. Let me see. Well, he's definitely blonde in both images. But something stinks. I'm not sure what. It is mighty suspicious. Let me see. Gwyneth. Was it? It was Anderson, right? Hold on, where's my computer? Anderson, yeah. Farmer? Kind of. Oh, I see. I can add bonus photos. What if I do this? I don't know why nothing's locked in yet. I'll keep going until I've managed to lock something in. And Gwyn RootTree. See who that is. Some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken. You can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn RootTree is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. Is a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes of one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias RootTree, the founder of RootTree Candy. She shouldn't have been named RootTree, but her father took her mother's famous name. It was quite rare in those days. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Show me this image. There you go. Gwyn RootTree. Seen it on multiple websites about old films. It's on the notable RootTrees list in your evidence. And she was the granddaughter, right? She had divorce. What was the trivia? She shouldn't have been named RootTree. Oh, well, this could be. I'm trying to figure out the time periods here. Oh, there's a couple divorces in here, which is making things a little difficult. Child, grandchild, so someone on this tier who is divorced. It's gotta be this one. And that is the Gwyn. Yo, okay. Well done. These three entries are correct and have been locked. Elias, Carl, and Gwyn. Also locked the following optional entry, Brenda White. And I will once again click the Booyah button. Why can this go in here? Huh. I think I can find more here. Christmas Mission. Can I just look up? By searching for variations on Gwyn RootTree, you come across some mentions of a marriage to Wild Bill Williams. They divorced before the birth of her second child. Don't see him here? Do I have to look him up more? Information on a website of old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site does not. No, it's the same website. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be re-released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know, trivia, Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Huh. I don't know what to do with this information. Maybe I can Google the movie. Okay, no. It brings up the same article. I don't want to get his name. I know it's not like critical information to the progression, but I want to know now. No. Grew up in Paris. What if I Google Paris? No, I didn't think so. An adventure movie. What's the point? To be intrigued? Yeah, I know. I like me a puzzle game. Don't get me wrong. Married to 4 different actresses. I don't know if I'm gonna find more information on them though, is the problem. Where's me corkboard? Not here, okay. I'll look up more about Gwyn RootTree. I might be able to find more info. Oh, did I apologize? Well, don't worry about that, because I didn't mean it. I'm not really sorry. I was only pretending. Guys Like Us. 1953 film in which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwyn RootTree, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. The title is a play on words, as it can be read that the 2 women are men similar to other men, or that the men are fond of them. Yeah, sure. Not much information on Leslie. How about Harrison? Oops. Don't actually need that. Harrison Lane. Television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as a villain in one of the first seasons of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero, joining the protagonist. Western Frontier has no connection to the RootTrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know trivia? Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart and they reunited at the movie premiere. Very nice. Oh, let me do, just in case. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Let's try to get back on topic, I guess. Red RootTree. You know what? No. Actually, yes. Aloysius Herring RootTree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and a politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was an ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Damn, shout out. I don't know why that means his name is Red, but sure. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard discharging his position, and the Irish people— oh no! We have discovered the classic American anti-Irish racism. Then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the RootTree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Damn, okay. Oh, red hair. No, people associate red hair with Ireland as well, but speaking from experience, it is not particularly common here either. I think a little bit more than most places, but not hugely. This is a strange little divergence. This is RootTree. His name was merely a coincidence. He was defeated in a landslide. Holy shit. I'm extremely fond of this super irrelevant guy. Why is he on the list of notable people? Oh, because he's a red herring. I get it. Oh, I can search from here. The rest of solving the puzzles that aren't the puzzles. Oh, an MP3. Oh boy. James RootTree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. I thought it said it's now in your evidence forever, and I thought it was gonna be like really fucking bad. And it would just like forcibly play whenever I open my evidence thing. Well, Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings. Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band had never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and The Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Interesting. There they are. Card game mystery is a cool idea. Yeah! I think I saw that there's something like that. A scene in MMM. Only the great-grandson of Elias RootTree could make disco this sweet. Peter Janowicz. Music critic. You find him mentioned on fan websites about a band unrelated to the RootTrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. There we go. Magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Alright, that should be helpful. Alright, let's give this a listen.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight.
The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right.
Making ends meet, so they rent and
We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets.
guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
On wheels we glide with you.
It's
by
still-
my side.
It's still going.
Inflation is rising, and so is our pride.
Pick our own fate, make love not
They
hate.
fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty.
I don't know if we're gonna get any evidence from the lyrics. Oh, it says right here, the lyrics of this song contain no clues. I'm gonna take your word for it. Rolling On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of a time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you haven't heard of it before now. The image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says only the great-grandson of Elias RootTree could make disco this sweet. Credit to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim RootTree. Vocals by Jim RootTree and Diamond LaRue. Jim RootTree's on the notable RootTrees list. Your evidence you marked for the chart with a star. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna. It doesn't help figure out where. Oh. Wait. Didn't we see that Carl had a sibling with a daughter of a similar age? Orion experience. Is such produced evidence. Okay. Excuse me. Carl RootTree. Maples. I think it was in Root, right? One cover. Hold on, is there a name given here? No, it doesn't mention any specific magazines. Egg. We talking Egg. Oh no. I can't remember where I found that information. One of the year. Oh, maybe it was in that actually. I can find that article. Here it is. Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer, had a young daughter around the same age as Verena. Me orbital egg? So true, so true. Okay, so let's just work with the evidence we're given. Let's find someone here who's a cousin. So one of the siblings' children. This actually might have to be Carl. Or Jim, even. Wait, is... Oh, what the hell? The name ain't even Jim. Oh, which one of them got named Candy? That's depressing. James, Christina, Lauren, Marjorie, Miracle the Third, Robert, Ronald, Samantha, Tessa, Wolf. And what was her name? Diamond LaRue. trouble now if we can't find Jim's real name. There's some who call me Tim, indeed. Made a public appearance since 1996. Maybe the fan club will know something. Diamond Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentioned that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. Oh, nice. It's accompanied by some pictures, as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in a subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Hey, come on. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 includes pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Floozies are an all-female punk band operating at a... Wait. No. I thought that might be relevant. Okay, well, first of all... Oh, we don't know which one is older. Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf. Okay, so he's the younger child. He'll be Wolf, RootTree. Name of the player playing the game, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe reference. If I had to solve the puzzle and there was like Mothman RootTree, it'd be pretty suspect. Wolf, so his daughter's band, Floozies. Let's go back to the Floozies, all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual. Not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. There's Wolf. Child. Nope. Child is not listed as an occupation. But baby, though. Baby is an occupation. Interior design, lawyer, manufacturing, mechanical, media mogul, military, model, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics, preacher, president, principal, pro athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, screenwriter, secretary, college student, K-12 student. I don't know what K-12 is. There's nobody American in here, is there? Who knows? Picture of Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. Description said it includes a picture of the son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Well, I'm gonna assume that K-12 is like younger. Then if I had to give her a job, it would probably be musician. I don't know her name though, do I? Oh. That's gotta be yourself. The Floozies, guitar and vocals, Candy. Bass is Nikki, the drums is Nina. Well, we can assume probably that this is Candy. That should do it, right? Can we listen to it? Oh, good question. No, unfortunately, no. There's no... It's just a picture of the CD. We don't actually have it. Maybe we can find Beef Baby if we look it up. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter. Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler? It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. Damn right. Conquistador. Maybe there's more info. Nope, same webpage. He looks too young to be a college student. Oh, he's also a musician, right? I never listed his occupation. Oh, I never figured out his name. Jim isn't here. Oh, I need to find out whose parents are. One notable person in this line. I might try and track them down. Like, Jim isn't on my list of names, and that's weird. Hold on, I had another list of names somewhere, right? A mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Gwyneth Anderson, Dean, Deborah, Carlson, Laura, Stephanie. Why couldn't he just be Jim? Oh, this is my full list of names. I think. 26 clues left in that. There's 7 in this. Hold on. No, down to this. Maybe I can just find that magazine? Oh, I don't want a hint. No, sorry. How do I go into periodicals, Modern Music Monthly? Oh, of course, I can just look up a song, right? Or maybe even an interview, with any luck. Ah, a review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker, Jim Goes Into His First Band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were C and J plus J and D. With my cousin and his ex. Clark... Okay, hold on. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. The 4 of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Wait, what? The only thing Clark and I had in common was his music. Even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. Most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started rapper tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. It's also how my father was connected to the root tree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. His name begins with J, but isn't Jim. J, and D. I think we've got... I think we can go with that. Let me reread how these people are related. Cousin and his ex. Mark never knew his father. Okay, hold on. So, he never knew his father, so... That has to be unknown male. No, hold on, no, that's not right. One of the cousins who never knew their father. Hold on, is Clark RootTree a name? Clark Rafferty is. So someone married out of the RootTree family, of course. Might look him up. Might get information. Well, if I spelled his name right, I might find something. Few fan sites for band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. Then they mention an album called These Times. Aha! Another MP3. A band called C&J and J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim RootTree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. And it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Here we go. Folk-style songwriting. Catchy. That doesn't sound super inspiring. Hold on. Idea. Damn. I thought I'd be able to get the quote. No, I'll play it. These times.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over.
Sure, man. I would not listen to this in my free time, but it's palatable. Scanning the album as well as a recording of a tiny track thanks to a collector of Jim and RootTree memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credit as music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim RootTree, backup vocals by the LaRues. This has a sticker that says folk style songwriting. Catchy. MMM magazine. This is killing me. Like, why? His name's not Jim.
Stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder. Probably yearn for what could be.
Hold on. This person might have banquets.
So act as though
This time, someone scanned the cover and noted the cost of $200.
our hearts heart beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny. Two roads to cross, one's at this
Imagine if you make in-universe music and make it purposely worse. Oh yeah. To be fair, I've made music in the past, and it is funny when you make something and you're like, this sucks. It's if you like me don't take yourself too seriously, that's a very joyous experience because you can just laugh.
These times are ours for free.
Okay, so this is J and D, so this is Jim and Diamond. What the hell is your name, dude?
These times will all be over.
I don't even know what your parents' names are.
The dew dries on the morning clover. So take my
Harder to do, the better you. Okay, yeah, true. The better you are, the harder it'll be to be bad at it. What's this Carl's name again?
These times are ours for free.
C and J and D. Hold on, maybe I can go into periodical search. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These Times, a new single from C&J and J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim RootTrees, and two of LaRue sisters. Amateurish folk-style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. His name's not... His name is not Jim. There's not much information on Clark either. Trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last names after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Genealogy for dunces, page 63. Alright, man, relax. I imagine that this is Clark, because I'm not finding any information on him, and it seems like there's a lot going on here. Then again, let me read that interview again. It was in the journal, right? Periodicals, history. The Jim RootTrees interview. Clark never knew his father, so my grandpa insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. What if it doesn't make much sense? No. Okay. There's gotta be information in here I'm missing. I'm gonna Jane. Maybe? I haven't looked up. No. Jane Del Vecchio, listed as a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down the credentials section of her biology, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Okay. Lucky Lures. Yeah, this seems like a bit of a dead end. Yeah, dead end. Unless... Did he... There's no gyms. Did I... Hold on, there was some... Was there something about names that I missed? I feel like there was a hint regarding how names would show up in there. I know he's Jim. I know he's Jim. He's Jim. Well, Jim is short for Timothy, is the problem. Oh, it could be Jack or James. I guess it's James. I kind of feel bad, like, flipping a coin on that one, but it worked. That kind of feels like a cheat. Booyah. What's up?
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s RootTree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Yeah, I did forget that.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay, so we have enough information to find 9. Hold on, just out of curiosity. A few websites about riot girl subgenre of punk. It apparently got started in Olympia, Washington, when a few women got together to discuss sexism in the local sense. It's ballooned from there, but of course you know all this already. After all, you have a poster on your wall. Yeah, totally. Alright, vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. But in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. A handwritten note says, Carl, no, we didn't see eye to eye when it came to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. Morning, Stephanie. Okay. I suppose we'll start following this. From an election result page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the RootTrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, be sure to read the full article on the Butler County Times. Butler County is... okay. Stephanie Jones, search periodicals, Butler County Times. Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones in a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until a marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Was that Carl's last name? Hold on. Who the fuck is Carl? Am I making people up? What is happening to me? No, that's Carl. Who the fuck am I thinking of? Landon. Mark Landon and Stephanie the child. Okay, well that makes sense. That would mean that this has to be Mark Landon. It's in advertising now, I think. Spouse. Who knows? Somewhere down here we have herself. Stephanie Landon, who is a counselor, right? He works in the council. Oh, break time. Okay. I'll mull it over and get back to you. Well, looks like we're back. Oh, what a blunder. I should have had a snack or something while I was sitting here. Oh well. Try again next hour. Stephanie Landon, didn't she just win something? She won her election. What was she running for? City council. What does that make her? A politician? Director, driver, farmer, lawyer, news pilot, police, politics broadly. And then this is Carl, whose name we do not have, apparently. Oh, Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon. So his last name is definitely Jones. I still can't find my way around the UI. Well, it's Brian Jones then. Why do I keep... I keep thinking that everybody's fucking name is Carl. This is like the fourth person whose name I've mistaken for Carl. Carl is solved. We have Carl. It's not... The UI isn't very confusing. It's very simple. You've got your evidence list, and you can filter it by specific types of evidence. You've got a whole ass computer. I know how to use those. And then you got your house. It's 8:20 p.m. Books. Alphabet Davis in the erased names of the Genesis. Alphabet Davis's ends and beginnings. A young alphabet adventure. Family Doku. Alphabet Davis reverses. Alphabet Davis secret. Searcher. Yeah, everybody's sort of Carl coded characters. I don't know if I'm gonna find a picture of Mark Landon though. Oh, I fucked this completely. I was wrong. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the RootTrees, her mother Carolyn, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past. I was wrong because I thought... Oh, maybe I'm not wrong, because she's still she was still originally a Landon. But it says she grew up without a father, and Mark Landon is very much alive. At least based on what I saw. I guess they split up. And and Mark was out of the picture? It's possible. I'm just not confident in this now. The dynamic isn't what I thought it was. My mother and her partner essentially had an entirely female audience. Though she is a distant cousin of the RootTrees, her mother Carolyn has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation and indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Dad left to get the milk, but that's Mark Landon. That's who we're talking about here. Carolyn Morden. Every single person here looks weird. I don't want to click on any of these yet. It's going to be a mess. I don't want to add them to the list. RootTrees' sisters and parents died in a plane crash on December 16th. Oh, that's the story so far. Yeah. Why is the line diagonal like this? It's just because there's it's like a single family line splitting down and like these are notes for divorces. then begettings. Yeah, I think I got this right. Where is it? Carolyn Morden. Oh wait. And a cover story about a local art installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Carolyn as a person. It's mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It has captured Carolyn standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is on one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art of the Beautiful Women. Ah. Why don't we hit the public library? I wish I could. Oh, I can copy paste. Self-Portrait, Art of the Beauty of Women. Here we go. More people should watch this stream. I agree. I think I'm great. I'm not in any rush to get him here. But you know, whatever happens. To hope further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. Each on the front page has been added to your evidence. Well, before I do anything there, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women, Carolyn Morden. She wrote a book. I think part of the reason there's not more people here is because I keep playing whatever I want. And that's not going to change. Because if I were to bend to the whims of the masses, we wouldn't get to play my puzzle game. And I have some more plans to play weird shit that nobody's going to want to watch in the near future. I don't give a shit. I do what I want. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. I like that. Mostly black and white pictures of Carolyn's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-colored nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Carolyn talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Especially dislikes her brother-in-law Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art, and environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. I'm gonna highlight the whole thing. She came out strongly against the RootTree company's effect on the local environment, and ruse how she was unable to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. It also explains that her marriage to Mark, yes, I was correct, led to the most volatile moments in her life. All negative, and the only good thing that he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Good mentality? Yeah, I mean, like, when you look at like big, crazy, famous like streamers, people, I don't know if anybody looks at them as like, oh, that's a get rich quick scheme right there. The amount of like unfathomable luck and effort involved in pulling off like successful streaming is insane. And the idea of like going down that route and doing stuff that you don't like in order to achieve that, like, it would be easier and more lucrative to get like a regular office job. I think that's pretty obvious. Especially if you're like, you're doing stuff you don't like anyway. Like, I'm never gonna fucking play Valorant on here. I could play Fortnite. I probably won't play Fortnite, but I could play Fortnite because it's okay. It's pretty fun. But like, I'm never gonna do something here just because I think people are gonna watch it. Or like maybe a little more Elder Scrolls stuff. Sometimes I do that because I know people like that. But only when I've got a good idea. Sorry, I got distracted. Like, I'm like all talking about all that. I'm not here to just like play games on a camera. I do like to try and do something entertaining, tell a joke, come up with a stupid idea or two. It's just a really good platform for that. Like, I can just go on a complete tangent and do something stupid and straight. Fuck. I bit my tongue. I'm not talking anymore. I don't want to talk to anybody ever again. Did I look at the picture of Carolyn? I didn't. Here she is. Images and companies a story about a local art in Butler County Times. Carolyn standing next to her sculpture at Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in the upcoming book Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. Right. What games do I hate? I don't know if I hate a great deal of things in general. There's 2 divorces here. That's kind of befuddling. And I can't find any information on Mark. I don't know, when it comes to video games, I'm not super hateful. There was, like, if I had to pick a game I disliked, I'd say I played, like, Schim, S-C-H-I-M. It was like an indie platformer type game. I played the whole thing in one session on stream. Like this time last year, nearly. And it just wasn't very fun. It was kind of a waste of time. But, I don't hate it. It just wasn't for me. I can't think of anything else. Zach. Can I look up Zach Morden? I don't know if she's taken out someone else's name. It's the problem. Wait. Gwendolyn Morden. No, they're definitely Mordens. Let's check Gwyn. No, she's nobody in particular. Unless I spelled their name like dead wrong. What about Bonnie? None of these people are coming up. Sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Brother-in-law Dr. Wilson. It's completely bogus. Maybe this is all irrelevant. It could be. What is this? Ooh, adoption. Interesting. They could be nicknames. The thing is, these are the Mordens. And like, the only relation that the Mordens have to the RootTrees is Mark Landon, who Carolyn divorced. Landon and Brian. Mind you, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Carolyn Morden. I was just remembering, signed CM. That's Carolyn here, right? Yeah, I think that might be the stub of it. Right? Unfortunately, there's not actually a huge amount of relevant stuff here. I don't think this is a dead end. I just need to find more information on Mark Landon. Nothing in the Butler County Times. Maybe Modern Music? No. Where was that interview that Jim gave? It wasn't in here, was it? Let me read this. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 years or so, the RootTrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. What, this one? See. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. Back of the photo, in childish paint writing, it says November. There is also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie. Oh, so Bonnie is a RootTree? Next president, Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Carolyn. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. Jim RootTree. Clark, Carl, and Eli M. What a pain. Oops. Which one of these is gonna be... Is that Jim? That must be Jim. He wearing his disco suit. And there's Eli. Guy with a rainbow tie feels like this is a Willy Wonka type character. He Wonka coded. Is that gonna be James? Actually, it does. Hold on. Do that look like him? It do be look like him though. Yeah. And then if I had to guess which of these characters is Mark Landon, well, I actually know. Hold on. I think that's right. And then this is Mark Landon. That's J and D. That's Jim and Diamond. Let me hold on. Let me refer to the album cover one more time. C and J. This is good. Why is he J? Wait. Am I getting mixed up? Clark Rafferty? did I? Pointless questions are good. It is great for stream, first of all, and second of all, if we're not asking pointless questions, it's a lot of me going ho hum. Hey sheep, how you doing? Me when phone technology boom, the RootTrees are dead. Shout out. I just realized that I'm like a huge dumbass, and I was thinking that like Clark Rafferty was Mark Landon, and these are different human beings. Who's Mark Landon? Did I ever look him up? Who the fuck is Mark Landon? And if there's a third person, it probably is like a lurker or something. They're more than welcome. Landing at your destination. Hey, pilot in the building. Shout out. I think I've done something extremely stupid here somewhere. I've made a bungle of something. Oh, boy. Something's got so amiss. Okay. I need to step back, I think. I've been looking at this completely wrong. Clark Rafferty. How did... Am I just that bad with names? Like, really? $230 channel points away from forcing me. I would save your channel points because Sheep is going to be on stream tomorrow. Ooh. Sorry. Throat really got me there. Sheep boy buying shoes? That's what they call Shoop Boy. 2 streams in a row? Yeah, it's very last minute too. It was not the original plan for the week. It's not even in the schedule. Oh man, I've made a mess of things. Is this Brian? Who the fuck is Brian Jones? I'm so confused. This is Stephanie. Who? Who is this? Oh, I'm not actually. Shoe stores having boring shoes. Very true. I just like to get a reliable trainer that I don't have to change for more than a couple years. Okay, I forgot her name is now Stephanie Jones. And this is Brian Jones, and they are married. She used to be Stephanie Landon. Parent Mark Landon? Does that make sense? This is the problem. I don't know who Mark Landon is. Carolyn Morden. Oh, befuddlement. You be wearing boots. Cooler and more youthful. Very true. You can also be jumping around in the muddy puddles with those. I cannot stand in the rain with my trainers because they'll be destroyed. the water go right through him, straight into me socks. I think I need to abandon this for a minute. I'm not wearing paper shoes. I don't wear paper shoes. I wear advanced cloth shoes. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. Traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so." Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. For myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew that it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Much love, Debbie. Oh, I don't know where to go with this. Give me something easy. I have Elias and Gwyneth, don't we? I thought they were locked in. Gwyneth isn't locked in. Is it because she's like a house... Is it because she's housewife and not farmer? That's kind of bullshit. She owns farm. I need an easy one. What was a note attached from your employer? Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, "Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris." Signed, Gwyn and the boys. This game is not woke at all. Look at this face. Do you think this stupid white boy is woke? Look at this guy. He's in film school. There is a very uncanny valley aspect to everybody's faces. Everybody looks a bit weird. Free spirits. No. Aye. Aye, aye. I don't know who these people are. I think I'm done with this. Story items, photo items. Photo items don't have clues tied to them, do they? Well, it just doesn't say. Text items. Oh, there's 8 clues in this. What the hell? Does this have AI art? I hope not. I'm kind of looking at a lot of shit and being like, this looks weird. Like, if it is, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna have to finish this at this point because I'm locked in, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. What is burden? The itch version has AI art and the Steam version doesn't? That's not much better? That's weird. I know Steam doesn't allow AI art, so like there's that, but I don't know, even Carl looking kind of suspicious there. Bummer. I just won't say anything about it. What can you do? This is a famous guy. I'll look him up. This guy's got 5 more clues attached to him. He's got 1 clue. Holland is second cousin Ernie Jr. Switch to Wiki Museum? I don't want to, though. I'm locked into the puzzle. There's game here, and I'm having fun with it. You want to do Wiki Museum as well? I don't think we should. I think we should. I want to see this through. Second cousin. What is a second cousin again? Is a second cousin? I could go to Hungary? I don't think so. Stay here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Berto, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We're trying to build a family tree here, and it's quite the puzzler. I've made a bit of a mess of it down here as well. I'm not sure if any of this is correct. Maybe I should go back to... No, I can't go back to the Carolyn route. Something went so wrong down there, and I just cannot untangle it. Where's the other thing I had? Ah, the key people. Lauren RootTree. Let's look her up. Distant relative of the RootTree sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. Well, let's look it up at the library. Oh, published in 1965. Seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools, so you can find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. Second cousin means their parents are cousins. Ugh, what? I don't want to untangle that in my head. Summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Oh, baller. Excuse me. Picture. Let's get all these individuals. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. I insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. Yes, my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. I don't want to figure that one out. This is a fucking Professor Layton puzzle right here. You wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, but he's... Instead, the 4 of them stood together. So these are the 4 of them, I assume. And then... Sam, probably? I don't know. He's got the rainbow tie. this must be the original 5 pieces. And some guy in the background. This diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Damn. Excerpts from Diaries of a Root Tree by Lauren. Lauren notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren RootTrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren RootTree is on the notable RootTrees list in your evidence. She will be marked on the chart with a star. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had 1 child. Skimming the page of the diary, you glean the following information. She was granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the RootTree Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. It's clear from context that the RootTrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation, and the Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son. Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is provisionally I'm going to just start getting pictures. Where's the original 5 pieces? And these are not going to be correct initially, but as long as they're down. I can kind of jimmy them around from there. Sure, that'll do. Then the next generation. There's a bunch of them. Oh, Jesus. We got a bunch of entries in here. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren RootTree's diary written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who's on the notable RootTrees list. Maybe we better look up Gwyn. In 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, which a little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren RootTree, to take advantage of the family's notoriety. Second of the diary entries, released in 1962 in A Life Between Wars, finds the untimely death of her husband in World War II, coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialities all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it's found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style, and for a look into the life of previous generations. Another success in her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren RootTree. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay. Are these relevant? I want to read the Court Jester series. Romance in Court is a book by RootTrees, the first and most famous in a series of 3 books, often called the Court Jester series. All 3 books in the series are about different romances, but told via the same narrator. You probably surmise the narrator's profession. 2 other books are called Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Searching from online yields few results. The book had some popularity when they were released in the late 60s. Now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Tree. Shit, I didn't. Oh, Romance and Gore. Cover romance fiction. But the author blurb mentions she has the inspiration from one of her. She had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures in the Middle Ages. Ah, actual useful information. I just don't know. This is the problem. She's in here somewhere. I better just get rid of all these. This was a bad idea. I take it back. This is a big divergence in the family tree. Or at least an important one. Where's me evidence? Oh wait, I need to read more. The entry title complains from Lauren RootTrees' diary written in 1953. The entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who's on the notable RootTrees. That's why I wanted to look it up. Hold on. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and then I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. She just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first RootTree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? Alright, there's information in here. That was a magazine that started in the colorization of film and went until 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. Bobby was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, both stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. First mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. That's what I needed. I'm pretty sure this gives me nothing. But it was difficult, so I feel good about getting it. Boom. Second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwyn RootTree. Apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. Spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I have my eyes for her. This is another picture of Gwen, is it? Or am I just saying that because of the hair is similar? So she's a next generation root tree. Let me get the next generation picture. She's in here somewhere, is she? Oh, she wasn't. She's the only one not in the picture. I see. Is this baby Carl? I don't think so. Hmm. Oh, Christ. That's a lot of clues. Her mother is probably Margot. Right? Margolite root tree. Who's also a blonde. And one of the 5. So that must be her. Oh. Hold on. I just noticed something. I'll have to come back to it. His housewife. Alright. Apparently, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Oops. Don't know much about her kids. This is Paris. Which makes me think it's related to Wild Bill, but I don't know how. I can't think of how it would be. Let me open up Starlet and look up. Gwyn RootTrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the times of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. Gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Other mentions that the rumors Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 when she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of my name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decides to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but RootTrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers would love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with RootTrees for the last name, not Williams. We also plan to lean into alliteration. Say we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Okay. So there's this is the only alliterating root tree. Wait, no, Robert and Ronald. Fuck. It could be both of them. Would she double alliterate? Could it be? And what did she say her father's name was? Cornwall. Minus Cornwall. No less. Anything here? No, he's nobody. Nobody cares. So, ooh, this is Lauren, right? Yeah, it is. Lauren had 3 brothers. She's not on the Google list, is she? Oh, she is. Okay. Okay, well that means this must be her. Where's that picture of her from the book? Is that it? Lauren RootTrees, the author. Yo! These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Gwyneth, Lauren, and Margolite. Oh shit. They were much... Ooh yeah. Alright. Okay, that's a decent portion of the central one locked in. Another picture of Lauren. Oh, and her husband. I have a picture of him and all. What did she say it was? Name Rafferty. I can read some of her diary. Oh wait, I don't have to. Oh, I do. Actually, I think this entire thing was not correct. I'll have to come back to all of this. I'll try hold it in brain memory. Control F in the fake browser, which is killing me. Where did I read about? Oh, maybe it's in here. No, it's in the general evidence. Jacob is his name. It's Jacob Rafferty. And then I guess everybody after that's also Rafferty. housewife. I'm not a single mother. I'm gonna make my own way in this world. So there's one more thing in here. The look in the world was jealous of me. Now, though I've been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be one family that can support me for eternity, can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwyn. An entry titled Dynasty from Lawrence in 1958 focused on the day her grandfather, Elias, announced he would step down as president of the RootTrees Candy Company, the meeting to determine his successor. Grandpa Elias. There he is. Wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Oh, ads. I'll read this after them. Enjoy. Hey. It's come to my attention that my on-break screen has become almost impossible to parse. You guys... I don't even know how many people understand why Rambo is on that screen. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. That's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. With 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Bob argued at length the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the RootTree name. Not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granted has always had a very particular view when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. He just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, never the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Ooh. Fucking got him. Okay, this tells us a couple of stuff. There's a lot to go with here. Pretty sure their perp pop is the lawyer. Clance? Edward Clancy? RootTree? He's one of the 5 funny fellas. Something to that effect. I don't know, who the hell is that in the background? Miracle's in it. Miracle is surely the youngest. If he's one of the 5 pieces. It is Miracle. And then, who's on the noteworthy list? Miracle Jr. Well, this is Miracle Jr. Which puts this as Miracle the Third. I will have to look up that side of the family tree later. Edward Clancy RootTree. And what did she say about who was the oldest? Architects, preachers, and lawyers. No one's got time for candy. Granted was furious. None of us take over as president, but that's when he gets for holding out for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gen. Argued at length, the company should go. Since we still have the RootTree name, not even sure Clancy would have wanted it. He's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. No surname doesn't fit the candy. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Hold on. Parents, that's related to running. Ask Clancy if it ever came up. After all, Angie's older than. Okay. Firstborn 5-piece is younger child, which is Zach. Could he be Morden? There's a divorce in the family. Zachariah Morden. Who's, I believe, the joyous one, yes. There's a lot of Mordens. There's me. Carolyn Morden? They split, adopted by someone. This is your man. Was his name John? Were he John? No. Brian Jones. And this was her. Sophie or something. Damn it, I've forgotten like everything about that entire rabbit hole. What a curse. Stephanie Jones. Or Landon, I guess. Oh no, did I make the same fucking mistake I did before? Who's Landon? Mark Landon. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I'm making a mess of this again. I'm just gonna clear this all off. I know there's a whole thing with Stephanie and a divorce and all this. I think Carolyn Morden is here. Right? Right? No. Wait. This is Carolyn, maybe. Artist. Does that make sense? Kind of. Stephanie, who's in politics. And Brian should be here. This has to go this way, I think. I don't know for sure. See if I can... I don't know what Miracle was up to. Let me consult the diary. I feel like it's only 90% of the work here. Angie. Who's Angie? A&G. Angelica Morden. Who would have been in the picture. Ugh. Not that picture, the next generation. Whoa, there's too many of these guys. Wait, this is the next generation. Okay, a little easier. What's my favorite game that Jerma has played? Bloodborne. Because Bloodborne is my favorite game of all time, and I know Jerma's played Bloodborne. Or are you asking me what my favorite thing I've watched him play on stream has been? My favorite viewing experience. Because that is a little different. I'll have to think, though. It might be The Sims. That, or actually, ironically enough, Chocolatier Decadence by Design, which is one of the most unhinged ones that is ever done. That's the one where, like, he finds a casino in the game, makes like triple the amount of money you're supposed to get in the entire video game, and then wastes it all on limes, and then like flies to Africa and disappears. Oh, that's also Miracle? As my inner child still holds a grudge. :4. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse my mistake. :3. I don't know why I find that funny. Let's see, Edward RootTree. Well, there was one thing that caught my attention. This is the original. The 5-piece, and then this fella's kind of spitting image of the original guy on the left. And that must be Eli. Because to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Pop, the lawyer. Clancy, yeah! Fucking epic. Yes. Let's freaking go. I was able to find RootTree, Clancy, Edward, Morton, Caroline, and Stephanie Landon. Booyah.
You're listening to WRTT.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl RootTree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the RootTree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTT News. Again, that's WRTT.
Uh-oh. State of Jazz radio station. During the news segment, they've been talking about the plane crash. Most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. The comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the RootTree curse being real. True thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." RootTree curse. Your keyboard suddenly changed size? Oh, you're on like a phone or something. Sorry, I was thinking of like a physical keyboard. I thought you were in the fucking Tiny Big Island Super Mario 64 for a second. I was like, what the hell? There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the RootTrees are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, 3 of the 5 presidents of the RootTree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in a pattern of the 5 pieces wrappers, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Oh fuck, I don't know if you know anything about the time cube, but I think you're better off not knowing. Entry for a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff at Prodigy US asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart conditioner and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the RootTree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence through some trees. Seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. I don't think this is going to be important. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the RootTree curse website, you'll also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague, is returning in 2000. In the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets with the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666 and also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Oh, damn. This guy's a riot. I mean, I want more of him. All of this is making me really want to play Hypnospace Outlaw, because I know that's more of this. Operation RT-29. I feel this, I'm going on a real life conspiracy deep dive. Find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the RootTrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals. And that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. Hold on. I'm gonna save that for later. Eternal Cylinder followed by Breath of the Wild. Labor Streams? I don't know which one that is. Oh, Labo, like the Nintendo Labo. Yeah. I don't know. Like Eternal Cylinder happened during like Germa's, like its early Germa retirement, and it was like a little sad to watch streams because I felt like every time I watched one it might be the last one. So there was a point where I was kind of avoiding watching them because I was upset. Almost. The proof is that RootTree candies contain polyglycerol polyricoliate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added as an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract the effect of for children who've already eaten RootTree candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay, well, none of this is relevant at all, but it's kind of fun. I wonder if I can look up. Prodigy is an ISP, offers email services and web hosting. Customers choose a unique screen name, then Prodigy automatically creates them an email address and a website. Not everyone with this service makes a website, but if they do, you can usually find it by searching for their screen name. A simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, from Prodigy, that lists the author's email address, chrisraff75@prodigy.us. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned Me and my fiance, Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans! There's an odd collage called Cousins. It seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Here's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. Downloaded the new application, Pixpop, to edit their photos. Oh, you're not a pre-retirement German enjoyer? Oh my god. This sucks. Do I move bits? Oh, it's just a zooming puzzle. Okay, got it. Solved. There we go. I don't think I've ever seen a puzzle like this before. A zoom puzzle. Show to my May Sheep Boy join the stream? I don't know. Did Sheep go to bed? I would save it for another time, because he's gonna be here tomorrow anyway. I know who you are. Oh no, she's been rotated. I would hate for this to happen to me. Oh shit, I had her tummy upside down. Get fucking rotated, loser. Oh my god. I can't tell if I'm baffled or amazed. Oh, I get it. It's like a fucking Rubik's Cube. Oh no, I put a big hole in his tummy. I'm sorry, mister. I didn't mean to put a big hole in your tummy. Oops. Okay, better. Okay, nearly there, nearly there. This is a fun one. I like this puzzle. This is a good puzzle. For clever people. Ah! Yo. That's Jim. Sam is included. They don't know why. Is that Sam? The wee one? Bam. Sam Cattrall. Okay, that's a whole new surname. I don't want to worry about that right now. Also, Carolyn Morton, his name is here. Oh, that's good. I feel like I was doing something. No, I was looking at the weird conspiracy shit. Stephanie. We already have Stephanie, right? Nope, I don't recognize any of these people. I think he's Jim. Self-portrait of me and my fiancé. Oh, this is his collage. Choto my bifurcation. What? Davy, who swims for Yukon. Bethany and Stephanie. Still have the RootTree name. Zach. Oh, that's right. Zach ended up being the second president. And what did we read about the third one? Thomas Overwood, Rooney Mason Jr. had a heart condition. Hudson. Who are her younger? And I should have a picture of her as she's gotta have a next generation image, right? Boing, 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 boing. I kind of want to look at that. She's here somewhere. I feel like this is her. I'm not certain. Oh. Oh no, it's definitely her. Right? Or is this it? Oy, oy. I think this has got to be it. Who else is in that image? Eli looks like Pop. I'm not sure which one of these he's gonna be, though. I see one of these has gotta be Eli, though, because you don't look that similar to someone without being their kid. And there's Sam. One, two. Oh, wait, no, that's gotta be her because she's got the 3 brothers, right? That makes sense. What did it says 4 of us stand together. So there's the 4 of them together. And they clumped up in the middle. And Gwen's not there. Yeah. And shit. Zachariah's way over here. And there's Angelica Morden. Who knows? There's a mysterious Sam. Is this Sam? What Sam names are there? Samantha RootTree. And Sam Cattrall. Grandma. Who is Grandma? An only child, Stephanie. Zach is in college. That's his name? Chris. Why my god, am I bad with names? Gardens in the Mascot for Carnegie Mellon University. Okay, not relevant. No, didn't think so. Where are the Raffertys, though? Did I ever sort that? I don't think I did. I think I left that one. Landon's, Morden's, Guardian. Yeah, some divorce of some description. Angelica Morden. There's something mysterious going on here. Oh, that's mysterious. I should probably tidy things up down here. Then again, none of this is critical. I'll keep reading the diary. I think is probably the best way to go about it. I don't know who any of these people are, except this is David Lynch. I know him. Unless this is Miracle Jr. That would make sense. Maybe it's time to look up Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he is exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose also revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. Miracle. Jacobson. Televangelist is not a job. Musician, news anchor. I guess preacher, right? And is this his baby picture? Maybe. Although also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he's not well known before the scandal. Miracle Network. You might get more useful information on Clergy Watch, actually. Oh, nope, that's the same page. You find a website for Miracle Network. Production company run by Miracle RootTree Estate. It's quite bare bones, but it has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's RootTree. Miracle RootTree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. That's what I thought. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, the power of God on his side, he persevered, he triumphed over these complications, and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle RootTree Jr. arrived, and he became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he burdened himself from the RootTree name, took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. Power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Follow the blurb as the flyer with the tour, which is in your evidence. Alright. Oh, there he is. Witness the power of the Lord in the Summer 96 3 Generations of Miracles Tour, featuring testimony from the world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle RootTree in his 68th year on God's earth. Miracles, children, now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle Third, and his wife, Nicole. Damn, okay, we got some, like, crazy people in here. Miracle Jr. I guess all these guys are preachers. Yeah, I guess so. Locked in everyone on the notable list. Okay. My freaking phone is ringing.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
But you did.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a RootTree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Sure, whatever. I feel like this... If I was in anywhere in this family, I feel like I would know everybody in this. Because this is kind of a kooky family tree, right? I guess down here. No, not even. Where's Miracle the Third? First of all, Was her name Nicole? Yeah, there's 2 Nicoles. But there's a whole bunch of Madsons. So it's not her. Nicole Smith. You're also a preacher. You guys need to find a new profession. There's my Nicole. There's maybe the youth pastors. Okay. I don't envy this side of this particular family. I feel like it's gonna be kind of difficult to track these ones down. Hmm. Is there anything else I can get here? Find a website for the miracle. Okay. Doesn't really mention wife. Alright, that's a fun one. I can't say I'm particularly excited to track down the college kids. Edward Clancy, Jacob Rafferty. I should finish that diary. The mother was ever the quick-witted. Don't mention her name though. And she is Angelica Morton. Actually, this is relevant. Who were the... What's one of your names? You must be Eli Jr. Eli RootTrees Jr. Here. Architect. And then... what is her name? She and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it. The 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces. Who's else in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn? This must be Mr. Morden. This must be Gwendolyn. What? Gwendolyn, Morton, Gwendolyn, RootTrees are different people? I don't know about that. Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden. John Morden. It must be James. No, that doesn't make any sense because I have a picture of him. No, that's not right at all. Well, I assume that, like, if that's not James Morden, then who the fuck would that be? There's just some guy. Feels like a bit of a weird one. It's gotta be. Well, I know for a fact that this is Gwendolyn, housewife. I'm looking for. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's the same. Alright. Oh. It did specifically tell me that, actually. Alright, I've locked in the 5-piece. Booyah. Lawyer, preacher, architect. Interesting. So this is the mysterious one. And this also looks like a mess. I haven't figured out who Carl's dad is, which is kind of crazy. Oh, there should be a picture of him as like a bobbin, right? A youthful image of this fellow. Well, this looks like him. And which one would be Angelica Morden then? I don't have much else here. Sam, huh? An entry titled Sam from Lauren RootTrees' diary written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias RootTree had given it to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Okay, Gwyneth. Which one's Gwyneth again? Gwyneth. Sam is quote-unquote obscure. I don't know what makes her obscure. Why Sam? Many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. Why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. I'm not the only one to realize. Maggie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Wynn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding. To Patsy last year. Patsy! Aha! Patricia. There's Patricia's. Damn it. There's two Patricias and I can't nail down which one is Miracle's wife. At the reception when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. EC and John. When he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. There's another Eli. Oh shit, there's two. Elias C and Elias M. Fuck. Which one is her, Eli? Da-da-da. Even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. In the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Grandad making an exception now? Curious. This is all very curious. Where on earth do I put her? Clark. One of the final entries, Clark, 1964. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. Which one's Clark? I have no idea. 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Yeah, that would make you a hypocrite, I guess. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. Maybe their kid is Clark? Hold on. Yes, Clark Rafferty. Danielle. Franks. Oh shit. This isn't gonna go well. Double divorce. His generation is a free spirit. What else can you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense, but only one who has any discipline is Carl. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Which one's Clancy? God damn it. Wait. Oh! I understand. Clancy RootTrees Jr. Looks like the older. Hey Dano, how you doing? I'm trying to put together a family tree. It's a disaster. Too many of these people. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seemed to have gotten over it, because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, oh god, get up. Edward is taking over his... They're all dead. That's a clip from Sonic Adventure where Tails just says, "They're all dead." And it's so funny because Tails in Sonic Adventure is voiced by a literal 6-year-old. I just just a really funny voice line to just find in those files because I've never heard it in the game. Oh, Edwards. Okay, so Pop were racist at one point. He's a lawyer. Edward RootTree, who's set to be a lawyer? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Shit. Lost. Yeah. For me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on in his name. Oh, yeah, her dead husband, Jacob. Oh shit, ads are coming. I'm like 4 hours in. I'm gonna make this the last ad break. I'm probably gonna call it at the next hour. So enjoy this advertisement. You'll love it. Got out immunity? Well, I'm taking a break. So enjoy the spinning Mothman. In the meantime, how you been? Tell me about your day, I guess. I'm resting my voice. Oh god. I genuinely do wonder how long horse blindness will follow me. How long will I stand in its shadow? I'm not upset by any stretch of the imagination. It's extremely funny, and I also think it's really funny. I love leaning into it, but I feel like I've been sus-guyed. It's been an experience. I was at a Kumacon with the gang a while back. It hasn't been that long yet, but you know what? I was at a Kumacon. I was up in Galway with the guys. I was walking around at that convention. Someone came up to me. They said to me, "Are you the horse blindness guy?" And I was just like, well, this is my fucking lot now, isn't it? I don't know. I do think it's extremely funny. Oh, puzzles. I need to find something else for everybody to laugh at me at. Everyone needs their 15 minutes of fame. This is true. Ideally, I'll have a little bit more than that at some point. Like, I do put an effort into streaming, but we'll see what happens. It ain't the end of the world either way. Yeah, you and my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, any other family, they'd all end up on the streets. Even Clark. Damn. Fucking got him. And you tell me there's 13 evidence in here? How many clues are connected to a certain piece of evidence? Clark's getting married and too young. He's barely 18. Danielle's not much older. Did I put Danielle in there? I did. I should look up Clark. I don't know if I'll get anything though. Oh. Shit. This is this guy. I have a picture of him and all. He works in advertising now or something, right? James RootTree mentioned him. They were in a band together. Yeah, he was a whole thing. Crafferty, and then he was also... I guess since he's the RootTree that we're looking for... Oh god. This is a lot more... There's a lot more of this than I thought there was gonna be. It was C and J. He's Clark, so... It's Jane LaRue? Oh, could be... No, it's gotta be Jane LaRue. And we do a picture of her... somewhere. Yeah, here we go. I guess he divorced Danielle Franks, got together with Jane LaRue. Or was it the other way around? No, it has to be this way around. And I need to check the computer again. This is the year, history of candy. Lance Truss, Carla RootTree, Anderson Maples, Quinn RootTree divorce, Muggle Williams, Quinn, guys like us. Jane. Ah, the Jim RootTree interview. Clark never knew his father. Oh, because he died in the war. Wow, that's completely different. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane are actually sisters. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. Agreed on what it should be. Always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum in a week later. Been told Roland is like that. Most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer tunes. I should look this up. Why didn't I do that before? Looks like the right Raffer tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there's an about page where you can find a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest Katrina to calm down for the picture and the idea for the RootTrees Super Bowl ad. The photo's in my evidence now. His youngest is Katrina LaRue. Hold on. Family's surnames from birth. Okay. This is Jessica Rafferty. Then who else is in the Rafferty name? Chris Rafferty. He's got to be here. This is Kim LaRue. Okay, that all makes sense. Where's my new piece of evidence? Oh damn, he be bald in AF. For Tunes website, it was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was a department store getting picture. Okay, they had a great Super Bowl ad. I'm gonna use this picture of him from advertising. And the wife Kim. And the kids, they're, what do you mean occupation? Baby? That's baby. I guess they're not baby. What, like, what's K-12? I don't know what that means. Okay, that young, I guess. Got him. Oh, I'm killing it with those extra bits. That's some booyah moments. Also got that picture of him. Do I have a picture of him in the Next Generation draft? That could be him. Oh, hold on a sec. Did I ever figure out what the deal was with those rainbow ties? Shit, that's the deal with the rainbow ties. Okay. I'm gonna need to look at the Three Spirits picture again. Okay. That's one of the insane telepreachers. I don't actually know which one though. He's in free spirit level, so let me take a look. That's Eli. He's just kind of a farmhand type, I think. Is that another picture? Hold on. That's one of the Elis. He had a bike, right? That's the only thing I know about him. Guess that's gotta be another picture of Miracle Junior. K-12 school would mean under 18. Okay. Alright, that was complete mysticism to me. I had no idea what a K-12 was. We're doing well here, though. Who's been identified? Oh, that's an important daughter. Is there? November. Here's of signatures. Bonnie. Next president, Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Carolyn. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. Jim RootTree. Clark. Carl. Eli M. Ah! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's Eli M. And then I don't see a signature from the other Elias. Don't know who's who. Don't know nothing. Learn anything. Ever. Oh. Wait. The beret. Could it be? Carolyn Morden? If the hair fits? She's an artist type. Okay, there's decent progress here, actually. I still don't know if I could finish this tonight. I kind of would like to. Notable RootTrees is complete. Iris image. I have no idea who any of these people are. Wait. This makes sense. I've been thinking about this in the complete wrong context this whole time. Gwen's got 2 kids. Robert and Ronald. No indication of which is which. One of them's in film school. Okay, here's what we'll do. Robert Tree, no. Ronald? No. Okay, neither of them are showing up in here. Maybe the cousin situation. Chris Rafferty. Is this the guy? Yes. This is the guy who has a really bad college project. You keep spelling Beyonce wrong. Oh, he's a student of college. And he's got a fiance, a Bianchi. Sorry, I'll get back to this image soon. Lulu. Luisa Garcia, I imagine. Collage called Cousin, 3 scrambled images. Only a few of them got back to me. Davy, who swims for UCONN. Bethany, who's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Cousins, photos. Okay, unfortunately, there's no information on those cousins. Yeah, I need more info because these are definitely Robert and Ronald, but I don't know which is which. I don't have any pictures of her either, do I? Wait, I do have pictures of him. Yes, yes. Where's that last picture of Chris? I'm sure there's something here. He doesn't look like any of these people at all. Well, he must be in that next generation picture somewhere, right? I have to come back to that one. He's gotta be in here somewhere. So this is Jim. Eli, Miracle Jr., Carl, Carolyn. This does not look. Neither of these look remotely like him. Does it say he's in it? Clark, Jim. Ex-president? I don't know who the fuck Guy Hudson is. Where would he even be Guy Hudson? Do I have... I better not make that. I better not make guesses like that. It's just gonna lead to confusion. This is this entire family tree is very mysterious. I got nothing from them. Alright, what do I have? What do I have? Who the hell? Who the hell are any of you? Shiva candles to comment, but I'm sorry you were able to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie. Ernie? Debbie? Nicole? Who are these? Who are any of these people? Elias Jr. Elias M. Elias. There's Elias C as well. Oh, this has to be Elias C, right? I don't know which one on earth of these he is, but Who knows? Minus M as a kid. I don't know. I don't know. I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust. Hold on. When he took care of us beyond. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl who convinced the trust, and it was no coincidence that. Who is Ernie? Who are you? Who the fuck is... Who are these people? Who are any of you? Ernie's. I don't got anything to work with. The original picture of the 5 pieces. With one unidentified dude back here. I don't know who he is. The free spirits. The next gens. I thought I had these guys locked in. Oh yeah, I have no idea which one of these is which. And I don't know where to put Sam. He's Sam. And she is terribly mysterious. Oh! Unless... What does this dotted red line mean? Because, I don't know, Sam has to be somewhere along this line, at least. He's the same age as Lauren. I'm gonna put her in as Samantha RootTree. Even though that doesn't make any sense, but none of this makes any sense. It's too mysterious. Very scurry. Oh. And knowing which of these is which is also still... I know you. You two? Unknown. Why did he like to stand all the way to the left? Since, to me, it looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Wait. Huh? Wait, this is Eli? Oh, bummer. Okay. Let me just... That doesn't break anything. We're gonna stand together, line up in the middle, and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. That's Sam. Which I guess means that Angelica Morden is this, and well, I've been told that everyone else in this generation is housewife. That's the best 2 connections right now. I think Elias is a mechanic or something. No, wait. He's not. The one who fixed the bike was Samantha, wasn't it? Doesn't make sense for her to be here specifically, and obviously it's not correct either. I don't know this for a fact, so I'm just gonna have to dispose of it. Do with her. You have to be Angelica. Right? These three brothers, I've got no way to tell them apart. I need more pictures of them. And it doesn't look like they even exist. Hold on. No, there's only one picture of both of them. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Because it shows you when there's pairs. Do I have to tell based on how he looks? It could be fucking any of them. I guess this one? Clancy? That is... no, I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to... Wolf picture... This is solved. I would love to just mark this off. Watchman of the year 36. Watchman of the year 87. There's still one clue in here that I haven't solved. Here's photo Watchman of the year 1997. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is a magazine worried about corporate leaders and its ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Ronald chose not for his work at RootTree Candy, but rather at clothing company Root. What? Oh, you can actually see the pictures in the background, the family photos. They married. Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Video out, she spent any free time she had at sewing machines. Brenda's new clothes were hid with parents, including Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. That's solved. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of RootTree at the time. What is a second cousin? And who's Ernie? I need to look up second cousin. Give me a second. The child of your parents' cousin. Ugh. It's gotta be... So second? What? Your cousin. One of your pa's kids. Yeah, your pa's cousin. So your pa's brother's kid. You told me, but I'm trying to, like, you can see me visibly trying to figure this out. Like, on the graph. Does that make this Ernie? This has to be Ernie Jr.? No way. There hasn't been I haven't done Ernest yet. Who's Ernest? Uh-oh. Your cousin's kids are seconds. Okay, hold on. Okay, I get what you're saying to me. I understand. But I need to draw it on the map. So, his cousin. So that's gonna be... grandparent, sibling. The grandparent sibling's child, right? The grandparents are siblings. They have the same great grandparent. I'm not built for this. I'm built for second cousins. Let me start over. They have the same great grandparents, and their grandparents are siblings. So, parent, grandparent, great grandparent. Okay, everybody has the same. Everybody on this line has the same great grandparent. This is your cousin. So a second cousin is someone along here? So is a second cousin in the same age bracket? I guess so. But I can't. Hold on. Madsen. This could be it. Ernest Madsen and child Ernest Madsen Jr. I don't know for sure about that. Okay. That's something. President of RootTree at the time. Other blood relatives refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. Okay, we've got Ernie info. We're on the trail of Ernie. Who the fuck? Who's this kid again? Second cousin is always in the same age bracket unless they say once removed or twice removed. Is that what that means? Man, this is too complicated. As far as I'm concerned, once you get to second cousins, you're not related anymore. That's someone else. I don't know. That's somebody else. I don't know nothing. Ernest Madsen Jr. Okay, not a Googleable human being. I haven't been doing much Googling recently, which kind of sucks because it's one of my favorite parts of this. Maybe I'll have to double back and start doing some reading though. But a lot of the people I'm looking for are not like in the Googleable section anymore. Mark Rafferty. I think I've been live for so long that my headphones are fucking up. Do you guys hear it crackling? Let me know if you do. ChatGPT can be better than Google. It can be good for explaining stuff in a way that's easy to understand. This is art project. Okay, which one is that again? This weird dog shit. Davy. That's Davy. Who swims. Davy who swims. But he's a student. Oh, he's in the younger gen. Vsauce has a video on a reading cousin. It might come in handy. Where's the Ernie stuff? Addition to have it as soon as possible. Ernie knew how busy your job can be. Years. More than anyone else on Earth. Oh, okay. I'm not certain that this is Ernest Jr. is the problem. It could be this sibling. I just don't know anything about Angelica Morden. What do I have in my notes? That's dealt with. Who's Thomas Overwood? Oh, this is the weird guy. Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. Oh, he's the guy who stepped down. Wait, then who was the uh-oh. Let me check that note again. It's on the RootTree curse. 3 of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Ernie Jr. stepped down. Ernie Jr. Heart attack. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put him down as President 4th. He should be in the, what is it, Free Spirits or whatever? Poster? He could be any of these people. I suppose he's got the orange hair. If we go with that. How busy your job would be. I've enclosed the Shiva candles identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects. I feel like this is part of a religious sect type thing. Is there anything I could use here to identify that? No. No, they're all horribly dressed. Ernest Jr., the 4th president, and then the 3rd president is in here somewhere. Must be Guy? Who's of the same generation, I think. I need to double check what I've got on Elias at some point. This has still like 12 things in it. Clark's getting married. How can this have so much information in it? It seems very straightforward. Clark's getting married. I have that. Right? Yeah, here he is. Danielle is much older, but opening will make me a hypocrite. Jacob and I got married at 16. Yeah, none of that's new. Jeez. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids who are up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Let me reread that. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. I don't know anything about Clancy though. Clancy Jr. Could have been, he could have been anybody. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge. Your brothers. Paths of knowledge. Wait. Wasn't... One of these wrote a book. Didn't I find that? Starlit, Life Between Wars, Romance and Court. History of Candy Volume 2? Charles Lee, no, that's not it. Oh, one of these guys was a historian or something. Seems because Edward's set to take over his department once he retires. Edward RootTree. That's some knowledge. What counts as a path of knowledge? Director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, manufacturing, mechanic, media mogul, military, model, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics, preacher, presidents, principals, professors, public speaker, screenwriter, secretary, students. Oh, all of it. Is historian? No, it's not. Okay. Me? Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Twins? So am I looking for two people who look similar here? No, they were just born at the same time. That's not how that works. Hold on. Okay, Gwyneth Madsen. Forced for their head held high. She even told us she might come home next year's from music. Free spirits. Stephen Clark. Oh, I can't untangle this. Nice RootTree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam is a mystery. Not one I can untangle right now. There's still hints in here. I think the ones that have actually less hints are probably easier. On the day your grandfather Elias announced he would step down. We should have been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. What he gets for holding on to it so long. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Who's the architect? The lawyer, the preacher, the housewives. That's all sorted. Architects. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, came down to us next gens. Bob argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the RootTree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it. He's the one who was volunteered. I ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always been very particular views when it comes to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. I'm next oldest of us all. He just laughed. Angie. See Edward. Never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma I wouldn't go to us. I don't have... She didn't mention her mother's name anywhere. Might be worth giving her another search. Lauren. Two. New life as next to high school English classes. Re-released her romance novels. I think there was a little bit of information in those actually, wasn't there? I can find it. I remember Brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Clancy. Aha. So he was a lecturer, a historian, some sort of academic. Pilot, police, politics, preacher, principal, professor. Clancy Jr. RootTrees alert. Okay, so it's 50-50 shot on these two. Oh, okay. That's another coin toss. I don't know if that information is like there and I'm just missing it. Okay, got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Ooh yeah. Did I get something wrong? Okay, so maybe that's not right. Oh, Jerma's gone live? I'm not in any rush to catch up with him because it's still Chrono Trigger, right? Elias, Edward. No, hold on. This is Edward. I don't know what he is. I need to read that interview with James again. I'm gonna keep coming back to it. The Jim? Jim, yeah. Jim RootTree interview. I don't blame you if you want to go watch Jeremy, by the way. I'm not fucking holding you hostage. Clark never knew his father. Grandpop insisted we spend our time with my dad and me. Motortown? Holy shit, I nearly streamed that today. I literally like bought it right before stream. Are you kidding? Dude, I literally bought that right before the stream. I was on the fence about just playing it today. Fucking hell. How about that, huh? That game looks really interesting. Well, how are we doing here? Oh, shit. I'm not sure I'm done. So if you want to head off, go on. I'm gonna give this another hour. I know I said I was gonna call it here, but I feel like I'm on a roll. Let's see. I'm less loud than Jerma? That's interesting. Yo! This is a fun one, actually. Did you know I have the same birthday as Jerma? And honestly, like, I don't give a shit about sharing a birthday with anybody else on this planet. I don't care about anybody else. The fact that I share a birthday with Jerma is it's the one person who I would be excited to share a birthday with. You know? It's great. Also how my father was connected to RootTree. I don't mind saying this because he agreed. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. Started Raffer Tunes, much better jingle writer than someone. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. It's also how my father was connected to RootTree. All his old ad campaigns were hanging on walls all over the record. Oh! Okay, so he also worked in advertising. That's two more. No, I'm dead on telling you the truth. Me and Jerma share a birthday. It's the truth. Okay, what else? What else? Let me tell you, I think finding out that we share a birthday also was one of the most exciting things that I have ever heard. And then I forgot, and then I found out again the year after, and I got just as excited as the first time. It's very exciting being a forgetful nincompoop. Sometimes you get to discover the coolest thing ever, like 3 times. Does make these puzzles a bit of a challenge, though. Elias is a mystery. His entire family tree is very much out of the public eye. Edward, doo-doo-dee-doo. What other clues have I? The Clark one is insane. There's still 6 in this? Kyle left his handwritten note that seemed personal. Flyer and a candidate for local office. Stephanie Jones, Max Central from newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. In her words, it was still full of love. Now 22 years later, with a baby of her own, due her on Christmas, her message for voters: simple, love is our future. And her note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. If you could talk to your parents, sustainably, she could let our conflict spread to the next generation. I think I need to go down this again. Carol and Morden rabbit hole. Did I have an interview with her here somewhere? Starlet Gwyn RootTree, Starlet Wild Bill Williams, Branson Court, Life Between Oars, Lauren RootTree. Aha! Here it is. Sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie. Oh. Okay, Sister Gwendolyn. Cousin Bonnie. Who on earth is Cousin Bonnie? Who the fuck is that? Someone along here who's married. So one of these is Bonnie? Bonnie Hudson. Oh! Oh, brain connections. Oh. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson. Must have had a daughter of some description. We still got a Jack root tree, a Christina root tree, and a November root tree. November. Wait a second. Which one is it? This. No. This one. Childish print writing. It says November. Are you November? I had you all wrong. Or maybe I didn't. Wait. Oh shit, here comes the ad break. Okay, ad break coming. I'm just gonna take that. This is the last one for real though, I'll promise. I'll be back and we'll see how far we can get. Okay. Let me give you a couple off-topic thoughts that I have. The microwave in my flat broke. And I'm fucked. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. I use it quite a lot. I could cook normal, but I don't really have much time, to be honest. I don't know when how I'm gonna eat tomorrow, because like I have work. Come back. I have enough time to eat, not cook, eat, and then I go live. I'll work something out. If it has to be a piping hot pizza pie from the pizzeria down the street, which is fucking dog shit, but it's food. Cooking stream. No, I have like 6 roommates. Cannot bring a camera into the kitchen. But I will do cooking streams at some point. Because I actually have a history that goes way back when I used to do fighting game stuff. I did Dragon Ball Fighters, like before. I would consider it before being a streamer almost, because it was specifically streaming Dragon Ball Fighters with my like little group at the time, doing like little round robin tournaments, and I'd do commentary for them. And then pandemic happened, and I didn't play much. And then I was just like, well, I'm a Dragon Ball Fighter Z guy. You know what? I'm gonna bake some bread. I did a stream called Dough Ball Baker Z, where I just fucking baked a loaf of bread in my kitchen. It was a lot of fun, actually, and I would love to do it again. Something's wrong here. Maybe this is... I'll have to come back to it. I'm kind of... Bonnie Hudson. Guy Hudson. I don't feel like I have anything to work with on these characters. Except for, okay, maybe black hair being something. Her hair is dyed. So she, oh, I don't know. And who are you? You must be Gwyneth. We know. Well, it's computer, right? Her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, is completely bogus. There's too many Wilsons. Ugh. Jason, Steven, Zach, Jim. Where am I going to get information on them? Mr. Gwendolyn. Who on earth could Sister Gwendolyn be? Do I have any other information on Wilson's? What about my cousin poster? Davy, Bethany, Stephanie. No info. What else is there? There's supposed to be hints in here. CC, BBR, AA, PP, SS. The pieces were named because of the original creator had 5 children. Oh, right, this is the new 5 pieces. Oh, wait a second. Can I find the magazine Teen Blast? Let me look it up. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the RootTrees sisters. Fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina RootTree first appeared on our cover on her 16th birthday. Okay, but that's there. I don't think I can actually do anything with that. Let's look up anything. Team Blast have played so many RootTree advertisements over the years for many of their projects, including 5 pieces as they flood the results. One of them was already in your evidence. I can't imagine Team Blast have anything from anyone else. None of these people are relevant to Teen Blast. Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Guy Hudson died in a car accident, right? Oh wait, that's pretty notable, isn't it? Surely that would show up. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of RootTree. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which is often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces. Anyone could live like the wealthy. The philosophy led to the flavor of 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had in any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Oh boy. Didn't he die? I know, like, I'm getting that information from an insane conspiracy theorist. You'd think the CEO. RootTree curse. Hey guys, I was hit by a jump driver in 1982. Is there a Guy Hudson Jr.? No, there's not. Need more information on this dude. Are there any more pages on this? No. Hoi hoi, I am befuddled and confused and confaddled and some besoozed. What year did I say he died in? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Others act to make changes to policy. Marriage to Mark. Mark Landon. That's the guy. Gave her was her daughter. dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Oh, wait a second. Eloise, there we go. I think Aunt Margot is a long since solved mystery, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh my god. Carl's cousin Jim. Singer Union. Okay, that's solved. Carla's second cousin. Ernie Jr. Okay, that's nearly solved. Right? It's one of these characters. Who's unassigned at this point? Monroe's and Madson's, and we got some RootTrees left. Tessa, Catherine, Wilkins. There's a couple Wilsons. That's right. We know Guy Hudson was the third president. The second president was, who? Again. Oh, Zach. I'm just gonna put it down to Guy Hudson for now, but it's all confusing. Guy Hudson. Chris Hudson, Elias Retreat Jr. Unassigned root tree could be Tessa or Christina. I don't know if this. Any more? Okay, so there's at least 2 root trees here, probably. Could be one here as well. Damn it. Christina, Samantha, Tessa. Progress is slowed down quite a bit. It is at least very encouraging to me that there's a lot of threads to follow, even if I'm just not doing a good job of chasing them down. Gwendolyn Morden. How am I supposed to know? Like, I don't know. I know that she gave up her whole deal. Let me go back to this. Carl and Brenda. Unable to attend funerals, traditionally have it as soon as possible. Maybe I can look up that candle? Nope. Unexpected for those outside of the faith to do so. Mindful of love versus family's legacy. You 3 did together. Pharmacy had immense amount of. Wait, who is this for? Carl and Brenda. Oh, right. As well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over as for herself. Possible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Got it too late for him to get on the donor list. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. We don't said at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. I'm missing something here. Who's Nicole? Like, if I had to guess, this is like... Yeah, this... Debbie is here. Or Deborah, sorry. Deborah Bean? Down there. Oh, and I have a picture of her, so it has to be this. And then... Nicole is the child. Nicole Madsen. Oh shit. Why? Wait, where's the Madsens? Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong somewhere. Ernest Madsen Jr., Angelica Madsen, Gwyneth. Oh, I was looking at Hudson. How foolish of me. How foolish of me indeed. Angelica Morden. Unless... I've been guessing all these people have been down this family tree because they all have red hair. What if they're down here? Because I need a picture for a wife here. Gwendolyn Morden. Gwendolyn Morden. Gwyn. This is starting to get a little bit lost in the sauce. Bonnie Hudson. Has to be... Unless I have this backwards. And she married the Hudson. And these guys are Hudsons. Oh, you know what? That could be it. Right? Right? That's possible. Which would make her Bonnie. I'm gonna give it a shot. It's Bonnie, and then this is Guy. It's not giving me anything yet. There's Madison Jr. Oops. And then this is also Madsen Gwyneth? Hold on, let me... And then if this is Hudson... The original Christopher Hudson, and this is Madsen. Ernst Madsen. Is this gonna work? This is Chris Hudson. Guy Hudson. And then there would have to be... No, this doesn't work, because then there have to be... No, not necessarily. If I do this the other way around... If she marries, her name changes. This is Bonnie. Fourth president. And she's the housewife, Opa housewife style. Could Could this be possible? I'm still not getting anything, which is worrying. Ernest Madsen Jr. I still don't know who this could be. Gwyneth Madsen. Oh, Hudsons were twins, right? They could be twins. Just eyeballing it. Let me read their... This is Nicole. And then student. Okay, the fact that it hasn't given me anything yet is worrying. Yeah, I don't think this is right. Shoot. What was that kid's name? Davy. David Kellogg the third and the fourth. Bethany Kellogg? Uh-oh. Oh, mamma mia. Mamma mia. I am well and truly lost in this sauce. There's Nicole, there's Ernest. I put this as... Ernest Madsen. Someone. Email RootTree. 3 of them. Can't do that. This is killing me. Can't make any progress here. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Will Madsen. Deborah. Deborah Bean. No idea what Ernest looked like. I need this. I need those kids off of this thing. And I'm missing pictures. Yeah, and you know what? I'm certain these are correct, aren't I? I think so. Ooh. At this point, I've got a bunch of stuff that I feel like is correct that's just sitting around, and it's starting to scare me. I'm starting to feel like I've got a very deep-seated wrongness somewhere. I wonder if... Can I check the public library just by author? Clancy Jr. This guy's a professor. He surely wrote a book. That's what they do. Oh man, he must be a terrible professor. What can I... There's one clue left in here? To what? I was sure this is all solved with bar one image. Which... You know what, it could be one of these. Maybe this one? I don't really want to commit to it, but I guess I will. Yes. Step out first. Get some air. In the vertical assembly building in fucking Kerbal Space Program. Rolling out into the city was barely top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979, according to the liner notes. It satirizes how part of society was content to remain indifferent to the economic, population, civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture traded them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners seem to pay attention to the lyrics, trick them into caring. Instead, most of it came to play in the roller discos. Out of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even stations that play oldies. This image is from an auction for sealed copy. Has a sticker that says only the great-grandson of Elias RootTree would make disco this sweet. That's the original guy, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Peter Janowitz of MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim. Vocals by Diamond. Jim is on the notable lyrics. Where the hell? What kind of clue can I get from this? Look up Peter Janowitz again, I guess. Or actually, didn't I look him up again? Already? Peter Janowitz. He was writing for MMM. Periodicals. It was Modern Music Monthly, the Jim interview. I don't see any obvious untapped clues here. Jim Rich, Simon LeBroux. Oh, I cannot imagine what else is in there to do. Newspaper clipping. This all seems present and accounted for. Atlantis Burden. What if I look this up? Oh, I already did. I just remember that I did. Oh hum. Okay, so this has got to be some sort of a root tree. And then these two gotta be not root tree. I can't find any information on these kids either. Hold on, let me read the notes. I remember there being some information in the Sam thing. Might be helpful. Went in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracles Boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. Didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Here's... Wait. Uncle Junior. Who's Patsy? Would be a Patricia? Uncle. Wait, Uncle. Uncle Junior. That's your pops' brother. Office's brother, Elias. Ah, Patricia! Patricia! Oh, Patricia! Which one? Patsy, Patsy. Are there more Joneses? No. Are there more Christiansens? No. It could be either. Not helpful. Well, Junior's wedding to Patsy. I like that for later. When I asked who Sam was, Bob shushed me down and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, E.C. and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Andersons. It's another name. Hold on. We don't have any Andersons. When hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are in the books. What Johns we got? Give me a John. I don't got a John. Okay. We drive past the old Anderson. When hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are in the books. Eli, when he was riding his mini bike. What do you mean mini bike? There's not a thing. Alongside the farm, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. Curious. I still don't know what Elias does. He got his name tag on his clothes, and that's all I know. What kind of job makes you wear a name tag? Number of cursive signatures, they include Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth. Maybe I should be relying on this more. This is next gen. Or not even this. The Free Spirits or whatever. Who's the teenager in the middle? Yeah. Bonnie. Okay, it's Carl's generation in general. Bonnie should be here. Along here? I have her in the right generation anyway. Guy should be, yeah, he's here. Ernie Jr. Carolyn. There she is. Gwyneth M. There she is. Gwendolyn is over here. Miracle Jr. I have. Jim I have. Clark, Carl, and so I have them all, right? I mean, like it's kind of tilted over here because he's such a baby. But it scoops down here. It's November. I remember looking awful young. I don't know if that's anything to go on. I guess it's because she's technically in the right generation? don't think I've made any progress in like 50 minutes. I think I've been looking at the same image, which is inspiring me to probably take a break, by which I mean leave it. Oh. My headphones died there for a sec. Not sure what happened there. What names do I have left? Catrolls, Kellogg's, Lennon's. Okay, I think these have to be Wilson's, right? But no information on those, on that family, though, is kind of the problem. In the year 87, newspaper clipping. How can there be 6 things in this? Tell me more about this. How useful evidence can it be? The numbers on the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. When you search the notables list, as you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list. Old evidence will become less useful. A piece of evidence seems too good to be true. Take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often, most satisfying revelations come from RootTrees in the past you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Using evidence of such high value as because it can lead to finding more evidence. Culture. Nothing in Atlantis. Maybe I need to just like look up fucking everything in this picture. Butler Counter Times. Maybe there's more in that magazine. Ellen standing next to her sculpture. Here's one of many works featured in the upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art. I'll open that book again. I have it here somewhere. Eloise and Stephanie. Sister Gwendolyn, cousin Bonnie. Dr. Wilson? Aha! Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. Well, how the fuck was I supposed to... Okay. His website claims that he is the pediatrician of the stars, and the only evidence for this is that he apparently was a doctor to the RootTree sisters. There is a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photo has been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Well, that's helpful. What did I say his name was? Stephen Wilson. Big bro. Yeah, what was the thing credited to? Jason. Okay. I'm gonna put him in the middle tentatively. His big brother Zach, and then there's gonna be Jem. Just for now. I'm gonna put you all in student tier for now. And then finally look at the actual evidence. Okay, one's in college. Very, very strange looking picture. You've lost track of what's happening because you're playing on your 3DS? Well, if it's any consolation, I've made no progress in about an hour. 2 years ago in 1996. Okay. Well, Zach is not a child. Whoa! Just locked in some shit. Zach, Nicole, and Bonnie. Oh, and I locked in a bunch of optional shit. Booyah. Have a picture of this, bozo? Actually don't. Funnily enough. Am I sure what's true? Sorry. I have to call everything into question nowadays. Let me get Jason, who's a baby. You are also a Wilson. You're Gem. I'm gonna say college student. No, I don't know why I clicked on this. I have no idea how old she is. Dr. Steven Gross himself. He is looking AI generated as fuck right now. Well, I hadn't made any progress up until now. Things seem to have fallen into place a little bit. So evidently, there's something about Guy Hudson here that's not right. Is it the picture of him? Well, a couple stuff got locked in. Ernest Madsen. Okay, that's big, actually. Bonnie Hudson. David. Is there a David? Just David Kellogg the third and fourth. Ugh. How are we doing now? In terms of where we're at with evidence? This still has one thing left. It could be anywhere. The RootTrees sisters. That was definitely a big lock-in. But also it concerns me for some of the stuff that just didn't go anywhere. Because it means these aren't correct. If they're not correct, I don't know. I don't know nothing about nothing, no how. Unless it's just, I just got their faces mixed up. Which would be really... Are you fucking serious? How was I supposed to know that? Alright, we got something. Hello.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Whoa.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the RootTrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time.
Do you have any presents for me, though? Presents?
Also, there are fewer RootTrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Fuck you.
It's
I don't
also
want to.
harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
I was really hoping she would have something helpful for me there because I'm up the fucking creek at this point. Okay. I'm almost scared of putting this down now. It's gonna be a disaster. Oh, that's another picture of you. I don't know, just fucking guesswork. Whatever. Okay. I need to call it. I was not intending to go for 6 hours. But here we are. Alright. Alright. I don't know how that happened. I had no intentions of doing this, frankly. Going on for this long. But here we go. Thank you guys for dropping by, sticking around. I don't know how much of it was for the game and how much of it was for the vibes, but be interesting to hear. I'm always looking for more information on what you guys actually like to see. Yeah, you did. You stick with me the whole time. I really appreciate that. It makes things a hell of a lot easier to have folks sticking around. Do I have anyone? Oh. What the fuck is that playing for? Why is that happening? Thanks, Dave. When did I set this up?
I wonder where this machine has taken me.
What the fuck?
Surely, I should have stayed home today. I must be in big trouble now.
I had no idea that was gonna happen. Fucking Wogglebug. We'll raid Germa. You guys are gonna go watch that now anyway. Thanks again, Dano. Or Dano. Look, I need to go to bed or something. That was rough. I don't know, do you guys want me to finish that on stream? Here. I should probably finish it on stream. But I'm not sure if I actually do want to. If you have any strong thoughts on it, you can join the Discord and let me know, or I'm on Blue Sky just at me, be like, "You gotta finish the root tree shit." I probably will. Probably isn't necessary. But look, we're done. We're done. Let's go. Let's go watch Germa and go to sleep. That's what we're all doing now. It is fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. So thanks for watching. We're leaving. I'll say, privileged to be able to raid Germa in 2025. I thought this dude was retired. Thank God. Bye.